Good afternoon, softball fans, and welcome to LRA Field, home of the UNCP Braves. It's time for UNC Pembroke softball as the Braves host the Elizabeth City State Vikings. With Malik Worrells, I'm Cameron Songer. Thanks for joining us today as we see the 0-2 Elizabeth City State Vikings under first-year head coach Mike Pierce take on the 7-4 UNCP Braves under fourth-year head coach Brittany Bennett. Starting lineups for both teams. We'll start with the visitors from Elizabeth City State. Kaylee Sorrento will lead off and play shortstop, followed by catcher Casey Cartwright. Alyssa Griffin at third. Kelsey White in the circle is the cleanup hitter. Lashika Bassnight will bat fifth and play center field. Ashante Spruill, number 9, the first baseman, batting sixth. Megan Hines, the left fielder, batting seventh. Jolisa Cunningham will play right field and bat eighth, and rounding out the batting order, Khadijah Rogers, the second baseman. Defensively for UNC Pembroke, behind starting pitcher Abby Walters, a senior with a 1.24 ERA. And the Braves will have in the outfield Cox in left, Mason in center, and Epperson in right. Jamie Johnson at third base, Taylor Gerhardt at short, Alex Watkins at second, Jessica Auld at first, and Tony Nelson behind the plate. Leading off for the Vikings, Kaylee Sorrento, senior shortstop. Vikings played their first games of the season yesterday against Young Harris. We'll talk about that in a moment. First pitch in there for a called strike at 1:04 p.m. It's about 70 degrees here in Pembroke today. Gorgeous sunny skies, slight breeze, but otherwise ideal weather, Malik.
Perfect weather for softball. But as you said, Elizabeth City State, they start off their season right here at LRA Field against Young Harris. So we'll see if they could start to turn their season around, even though it's still early.
Sorrento, that one coming up and in on her, checks the swing, bats it foul, and it's 0-2. So the games yesterday against Young Harris, a 19-1 loss and a 24-0 loss for the Vikings. Meanwhile, UNCP didn't play yesterday. Last weekend, swept Barton here. And this pitch swung on and missed, strike three. Abby Walters retires the first batter on 3 strikes. Number two hitter for the Vikings is Casey Cartwright, senior catcher. 0 for her first 3 at the plate on the season. Walters 3 pitches, 3 strikes, 1 strikeout. Good start in the circle for the Braves righty. Walters, the only senior on the Braves roster. A young team, but plenty of experience and plenty of talent on the diamond.
But she is most definitely a strong point for this team.
Next pitch from Walters, in there for called strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out in the top of the first inning. LRA Field in Pembroke, North Carolina, the site of today's softball doubleheader. We were delayed for an hour because the umpires were not here yet. In fact, we just have 1 umpire. We're allowed to start here without a second umpire. And when he gets here, he'll trot out into the field and help out.
Maybe they were just embracing this beautiful weather. Maybe took a trip to Myrtle Beach and just got lost.
Just some crossed wires. The 1-2 pitch misses outside, so it's 2-2 from Walters to Cartwright. Slight miscommunication as to the start time today, but I don't think anybody's complaining about being outside for the extra hour just to enjoy the weather.
Not really.
Strike 3 looking. Walters sets down the first 2 hitters on strikes, and there's 2 away in the Vikings half of the first. On will come Alyssa Griffin, the freshman third baseman. 0 for 4 yesterday in her collegiate debut. First pitch gets away from Walters, ball 1. Walters with 2 strikeouts already, 25 strikeouts versus 6 walks now on the season. And opponents hitting about 180 against her. In the first game last Saturday against Barton back here at LRA Field threw a no-hitter. We'll be looking to keep that momentum from the last home outing. Walters gets ready, here's the 1-0. Swung on, chops towards first, handled well. by all. She tags the bag, and that will do it for the Vikings in the first inning. 1-2-3 for the Braves, and they will come up to bat for the first time when we come back. Keep it here. Leading off for UNCP, third baseman number 18, Jamie Johnson, taking on the right-handed pitcher, senior Kelsey White. White comes in with a 7.0 ERA, appeared in both games yesterday for Elizabeth City State, threw 6 innings, went 1 complete game, gave up 23 runs on 19 hits. 6 of them were earned, though, so a lot of errors defensively by that Elizabeth City State defense. First pitch to Johnson, taken all the way for a called strike. That defense in the field for Elizabeth City State, Hines in left, Bass Knight in center, Cunningham in right, and in the infield, Griffin and Sorrento at third and short, Rogers and Spruill on the right side of your infield as Johnson lofts this ball into right center field. That will roll all the way to the wall. Jamie Johnson turning around second. She's looking for 3. The throw comes in from Cunningham. It's cut off, and it's a leadoff triple for Jamie Johnson.
Nice way to start off the game for the Braves offensively with the nice triple right there.
Well, Jamie Johnson has her second triple of the year. She came in hitting .444, and that's only going up. Haley Epperson comes up now with a runner in scoring position. The rest of that Elizabeth City State defense, again, Rogers at second, Spruill at third. Behind the plate is the catcher Cartwright, and Kelsey White in the circle. This pitch ripped down the third base line. They'll call it a foul ball. Wow, close call there.
Real close call.
That could have been trouble into the left field corner. Haley Epperson will step back to the plate. Epperson, a junior with a .333 batting average, 7 hits and 21 at-bats this year, 6 runs batted in. The 1 pitch is low and inside. It's 1 ball and a strike from Kelsey White to Haley Epperson. If you're just joining us, the Vikings went 1-2-3 in the top of the first, and a leadoff triple for Jamie Johnson to start things for the Braves. Epperson again out in front. Fouls it off down the left field line and out of play. A tough go of things yesterday for Elizabeth City State, taking a couple of run rule losses to Young Harris. Kelsey White. Opponents hit .463 against her. This ball lofted into shallow center field. It drops in. It'll be an RBI base hit for Haley Epperson, and the Braves strike first. 1 run on 2 hits for UNCP, and up steps Abby Walters, the Braves pitcher today, as well as their leading hitter. A .545 batting average, and Walters, the reigning player of the week for just all kinds of honors for Abby Walters in the past week.
It's nice to see a player that can prove her point on the offensive and defensive end of the field.
First pitch misses high and away to Walters. 18 hits, 6 of them doubles, 5 home runs on the year for Abby Walters. She also leads the Braves with an astonishing 17 runs batted in their first 11 games. The 1-0 offering, high and away. Somewhat of a rarity we'll see today. Both teams will not use that designated player spot. The pitcher will bat for both lineups. And in prominent positions at that, Elizabeth City State pitcher Kelsey White will lead off next inning as the cleanup hitter, and Abby Walters batting third for UNCP. Out in front, a sliding steal for Haley Epperson. She moves to second base. A little hit and run action from the Braves. Walters was swinging even though that pitch wasn't a good one to allow her teammate to advance into scoring position. This pitch high and away. Make it 3 balls and a strike to Abby Walters. Probably not a bad idea to consider pitching around her. She's drawn 4 walks this year, has been hit by a pitch once, and has struck out just 3 times. The 3-1. Walters hits it slowly back over to short, scooped up by Sorrento. The throw to first misplayed, and Walters is safe. First and third now for the Braves. They'll call that a throwing error by Sorrento, and the Braves still have no outs in the bottom of the first. Home comes Taylor Gerhardt. Gerhardt, the junior from Winfield Park, New Jersey. Comes in hitting .424 with 13 runs batted in. Takes there. Walters will just scoot on over to second base as the Braves run the first and third play. Out in front of this one, fouls it away. 1 ball, 1 strike to Taylor Gerhardt. Gerhardt hitting .500 with runners on base this year and .538 with runners in scoring position. Just .424 overall for the year, so she's hitting better in clutch situations. This certainly applies. 1-1 pitch is low and inside. 2 balls, 1 strike, no outs for the Braves. 1 run already across, 2 hits, and 1 runner reaching on an error. Two-one pitch to Gerhardt. Swung on, foul down the first baseline, and she'll try again.
It looked at it as if the first base catcher, Asante Sproul, had it in her hands.
Lined into center field. Trying to score from second is Walter. She's in without a throw. It's a 2-run single for Taylor Gerhardt. The Braves take a 3-0 lead. 3-0 UNCP on the 2-run base knock for Taylor Gerhardt. And on will come number 12, Alex Watkins. Watkins, a true freshman for this UNCP club. Three runs on 3 hits. No errors for UNCP. No runs, no hits, 1 error by the Vikings. Watkins with that .467 batting average takes on the inner half for strike 1. Watkins has 14 hits, 7 runs batted in already this year, in 10 appearances out of the Braves' 11 games. 0-1. Taking again, this time called strike 2. So pitcher Kelsey White ahead in the count now. Hasn't had many of those situations. See if the Vikings can get their first out. Golfed one foul there. That one running low and inside right at the kneecaps of Watkins, but she stays alive with a defensive swing. th pitch of the inning coming up for Kelsey White. Still looking for that first out. Thought she might have had one there, but a throwing error by the shortstop Sorrento squashed that plan. This one high, it gets away from the catcher Cartwright, and heading over to second is Taylor Gerhardt. 1-2 now the count. Wild pitch that time from Kelsey White. Watkins continues to battle. Already a 3-0 Braves lead. 1-2 count with no outs in the bottom of the first. The pitch, swung on, laced into left center field. That one had some charge into it, and Watkins will drive in the run. Trying to go for 3, Watkins sliding in, she's got the RBI triple. Alex Watkins, her first career triple, an 8th run batted in, makes it 4-0 Braves.
This is a pretty nice first inning by the Braves so far.
You've seen already what the Braves strategy is on the base path. They're trying to push everything and really force the Vikings to make plays. Here's Jessica Auld, 364 hitter, as she steps into the right-handed batter's box for her first at-bat of the day. Looks at one inside, ball one. Auld is a sophomore with 8 hits in 22 at-bats, driven in 8 runs. Her 9th start of the season. Rounds this ball to short. On the hop, it lands right in Sorrento's glove to throw to first in time, and there's one away. The runner on third is still Watkins. And the next batter for UNCP is junior Ashley Mason, who's hitting .250 so far. Only lefty bat in the starting lineup today for UNCP. She takes low and away for ball one. 4 runs on 4 hits, no errors by UNCP. The 1 error on the board belongs to Elizabeth City State. Bottom of the first inning rolls on. The pitch misses away, and Mason will be ahead in the count 2-0. Gorgeous day for softball at LRA Field, Pembroke, North Carolina. Campus of UNC Pembroke, non-conference softball action. The 2-0, off speed, and it misses outside. 3-0. Runner on third is Watkins for UNC Pembroke. It's Kelsey White in the circle for the Vikings, and she has a get-me-over pitch in there for a called strike. He's looking for that second run batted in, hits it up the middle, and that will squirt through for an RBI base knock. Ashley Mason makes it 5-0 Braves.
Nice triple, Watkins!
That ball had eyes, just really finding the one weak spot in the Elizabeth City State defense. Thought the pitcher White might have had a shot at it, couldn't get her glove to it in time, and then it sort of died on the infield dirt. Tony Nelson will come up and hit now for UNCP. Looks at that first pitch outside, ball one. Nelson, the number 8 hitter in today's UNCP batting order, comes in hitting .364 with 4 runs batted in. Breaking ball catches the outside corner, 1-1. That's 30 pitches now for Kelsey White here in this first inning. Giving up 5 runs this inning, 4 of them have been earned. Here's a 1-1 pitch to Nelson. Nelson pops it up to the left side. It hangs up in the air. Hines getting under it. She can't hang on. And advancing to second on the error will be Mason. Second error this inning by ECSU. And the Braves will put runners on first and second and bring up the number 9 hitter, Lexi Cox. So yesterday, Kelsey White saw her team really commit a lot of errors and hand her a lot of unearned runs. In yesterday's 6 innings of work, she allowed 23 runs, but just 6 of them were earned. That is an astonishingly low percentage. First pitch to Cox, low and inside for ball one. Cox comes in hitting .250. Swings and misses there to even up the count at 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Runners on first and second for UNC Pembroke, already in front, 5-0. Pitch. Lifted into shallow right field. That falls. Let's see what Mason tries to do. Oh, no, the Braves have a couple runners headed for third, and they'll still score. Mason looked like she wanted to go back to third. Nelson was already right there at third. Doesn't hurt the Braves, so Lexi Cox picks up an RBI. Runners to the corners as the Braves have batted around here in the first inning. 1 away still. Back to the top of the order for Jamie Johnson. Johnson came around to score her first time up after leading things off with a triple just a few minutes ago. Swings at the first pitch, hits it towards second base. This could be a problem for UNCP. It falls, though, as Rogers can't snag it, and UNCP will score again. Another fielding error by Elizabeth City State. Braves make it 7-0. third fielding error by the Vikings this inning. Jamie Johnson is safe on first base on the error. And here's Haley Epperson. Epperson, a junior from Summerfield, North Carolina, digs back into the right-handed batter's box, swings at the first pitch, grounds it foul down the third base line. This inning, 7 runs on 6 hits, 3 errors by the Vikings. They still have runners on first and second with 1 away, already 7 runs across. Here's the pitch from White. Swung on, hit in the air towards shallow center field. Retreating as the shortstop, Sorrento. That will fall into no man's land. UNCP trying to tag up, and they misplayed that. Cox ended up forced out at third, and there's 2 away. So Epperson's safe on the fielder's choice. And Abby Walton will come to the plate with 2 away. Sort of nothing Cox could do right there on second base. Braves stunt run from first and second. First pitch inside for Abby Walters. Walters reached on a fielding error on a muff throw by the first baseman, her first time up. Thought they might have called the throwing error on the shortstop. They actually called it a fielding error by Spruill. Count 2-0 to Walters now. Comes in with that .529 batting average, a senior from Bladenboro, North Carolina. Runner in scoring position with 2 away. Breaking ball in there for a called strike. Johnson on second, Epperson on first for Abby Walters. The 2-1 offering. Taken all the way for ball 3. Walters, the 12th batter this inning for the Braves. Swings, hits this ball in the air towards center field. It drops. They will hold Johnson up at third. The bases will be loaded, and on comes Taylor Gerhardt. 7th base hit of the inning for UNC Pembroke, and a chance for Gerhardt to add more to what's already a 7-0 UNCP lead.
Number 6, Taylor Gerhardt.
Pitch count up around 40 this inning for Kelsey White in the circle, trying to get out of it. First pitch, Gerhardt hits it right back to White. The toss to first in time. The Braves leave the bases loaded, but they plate 7 runs in the first inning. We'll go to the second. It's 7-0 UNCP. Abby Walters back in the circle, ready for a second inning of work. She was named NFCA National Player of the Week after her performance last week, the first UNCP Brave in history to be named the NFCA Division II National Player of the Week. Last week, she hit .765 at the plate and threw a no-hitter in the circle. Hard to argue with those kinds of results. Her teammates also have given her a 7-0 lead to work with. Now, top of the second inning. and it'll be the 4, 5, and 6 hitters due up for Elizabeth City State. Kelsey White, the pitcher, steps up and will try to help her own cause. Swings at the first pitch and misses.
For going on Abby Walters, this a really nice thing to go into the second inning with a 7-0 lead. I wouldn't really see it as pressure, but it's something to really look into.
This ball grounded to second. Watkins tossed to first. Ald squeezes, and there's one away. Next up for the Vikings, the center fielder, freshman Lashika Bassnight.
Number 10, Lashika Bassnight.
Bassnight went 0 for 3 yesterday. Still looking for that first career base hit. She was hit by a pitch once and struck out twice. Righty-righty matchup. Watkins in the circle. Bassnight in the right-handed batter's box. First pitch, swung on and missed. The 0-1. Strike called as she was looking at it. No balls, 2 strikes. Walters has faced 4 batters through 3 first pitch strikes before this at bat and struck out 2. Efficient start in the circle. Walters comes set, delivers, and that's strike 3. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. Lashika Bassnight down on strikes, and there's 2 away in the top half of the second. So on to the number 6 hitter, Ashante Spruill. Spruill had a base hit yesterday, 1 for 4 at the plate in the doubleheader against Young Harris. First pitch she sees today nearly hits her in the ankle. She dances out of the way for ball 1. That's just pitch 17 for Abby Walters today, and she's just 1 out away from getting out of the second inning already. Keeping that count low. Spruill fouls this one straight back. Might have nicked Nelson in the face mask. She'll stay in the game. Doesn't even appear to be rattled by. Maybe it was the umpire. I couldn't quite tell.
He doesn't even look phased either. So
it wasn't a loud pop. It was just a grazing of the softball. We'll line up the 1-1 pitch. And Spruill hits this ball in the air to right field, right to Epperson. She makes the catch, and there's out number 3. 3 up, 3 down again for the Vikings. Braves will come back up to bat in the bottom of the second with a 7-0 lead.
When I was visiting colleges, I was nervous. When I got to this campus, I knew that this was it. I'd found a new home.
The classes are small, so it's very personal. When you go to a class, usually when you walk in, you know you've already been with those people or worked with those people in other classes.
We're a big family with a lot of history. Here, I meet people from around the world. We know that starting here,
Starting here,
we can go anywhere.
Braves fans, Adidas is the official apparel sponsor for all 16 of UNC Pembroke's varsity athletic teams. Adidas provides some of the most innovative products in the shoe and apparel industry and is one of the most recognizable brands worldwide. UNCP thanks Adidas for all of their support and offering the best for Braves athletes. Braves did more than just bat around last inning. They got to the first 4 hitters the second time around, so it'll be 5, 6, and 7 due up this inning for UNCP. Alex Watkins to start things off, tripled, and came around to score her last time up. Watkins, a freshman from Swansboro, North Carolina, facing senior pitcher Kelsey White. First pitch misses ball 1.
it'll be real interesting to see if the Braves can capitalize on this really impressive start to this game so far.
Low and inside, 2-0 to Alex Watkins. Took 43 pitches for Kelsey White to get out of the first inning. Gave up 7 runs, just 4 of them were earned. Brings her season ERA to an even 10.0. Watkins waiting on that pitch, hits it into center field. It's a leadoff single for Alex Watkins. She's 2 for 2 today. 8th base hit of the day for UNC Pembroke. They had 3 players reach on an error last inning, en route to putting up 7 runs, but the Braves also left the bases loaded in the first inning, so it could be a lot worse already for ECSU. Jessica Auld at the plate now, grounded out her first time up. Auld taking high and inside there. A little pitch out perhaps from the Vikings. Auld, a sophomore from Columbia, South Carolina. Try to start another UNCP rally. And she chops this one up the middle. Played at short, tagging the base. That's the only play. It's a fielder's choice, and Jessica Auld is aboard, but there's one away. Nice defensive play by Sorrento there. Made the right play just to hang on to the ball, not allowing UNCP to take extra bases. So Ashley Mason will come up and hit now for UNCP. The only left-handed bat in today's starting lineup for the black and gold. Mason, a redshirt junior from Selma, North Carolina, takes on the outer half, called ball 1. The pitch from White, swung on, grounded into left field. Second base hit of the day for Ashley Mason. She's 2 for 2 with 1 run batted in. Runners to first and second now for the Braves as Tony Nelson comes up to hit. Nelson, the junior catcher for the Braves, out of Bear Creek, North Carolina. First time up, Nelson reached on a dropped fly ball. Officially 0 for 1 today with a .348 batting average on the season. Taken outside for ball 1 there. That was pitch 51 for Kelsey White. The 1-0. Inside, that hit Nelson on the back, and that will load up the bases. Bases juiced for the number 9 hitter, Lexi Cox. Cox, a junior from Whispering Pines, North Carolina, getting in that 9 spot today for UNCP and playing left field. Nelson on first, Mason on second, Auld on third. Bases full of Braves, and the first pitch strike thrown by Kelsey White. Chance for the Braves to further increase their lead with 1 away. Out in front, a mighty swing from Cox, and she's behind now 0-2. White with the 0-2, swung on, hit in the air to center field. That will score Auld easily from second. Everybody moves up 1 base. RBI base hit from Lexi Cox, and it's 8-0. Back to the top of the order for Jamie Johnson. Johnson, one of the team's best hitters, sporting a .447 batting average. Strike 1. Already this inning, 1 run on 3 hits for the Braves. 1 away. Bottom of the second inning. Braves 8, Vikings 0. The 0-1. Johnson takes it low and inside. Johnson's been on base both times, reached on a dropped fly ball her second time up last inning. Braves sent 13 hitters to the plate in the first inning. Johnson swings, hits this ball in the air to right field. Cunningham misreads it. That will fall and roll for a second. UNCP 1 base for everybody, and it's now 9-0. Haley Epperson to the plate. Let's see if they score that a hit or an error. Looks like they scored that a hit for Jamie Johnson. Haley Epperson 1 for 2 today. Swings at the first pitch, fouls it into the parking lot for strike 1. They do call that an RBI single for Jamie Johnson. 9-0 Braves. In this inning already for the Braves, 2 runs on 4 hits, and the bases remain loaded. Righty-righty matchup. The pitch to Epperson. Crushed to third. Misplayed. Griffin had it bounce off her glove as the Braves will hold up and keep the bases loaded.
Braves are just capitalizing on this lackluster fielding by Elizabeth City State.
We'll see what they score that again, waiting for the official ruling. That one right on the glove there for Griffin, but would have been a tough play to make, and she had to slide just a little bit. They will score that a hit as well. So another RBI for the Braves. Haley Epperson picking up her second run batted in the day. Now it's Abby Walters. First pitch high and tight. So the Braves, I think, taking the foot off the gas pedal a little bit in terms of running the bases right now, recognizing that they are the better team thus far compared to Elizabeth City State, and not trying to embarrass anybody out here, but forcing the Vikings to make outs.
Yeah.
2-0 the count to Walters. She's reached both times, once on a single, once on an error. Takes high and away there for ball 3. Bases juiced with one out. The pitch to Walters, taking all the way for a called strike. This season for Abby Walters, 17 runs batted in, 5 home runs. This is her first time coming up with the bases loaded. Takes there for ball 4, and it's an RBI walk. And the Braves add another one. Make it 11-0 UNC Pembroke. Still one away in the bottom of the second, and Taylor Gerhardt comes up to hit.
Shortstop, number 6, Taylor Gerhardt.
Kelsey White, in case you're wondering, and now 7 1/3 total innings this year, has given up just 1 home run. 34 runs allowed, but 14 of them have been earned. First pitch ball to Gerhardt. Gerhardt 1 for 2 today, had a 2-run single her first time up and grounded out to end the first inning. Takes there to even the count, 1-1. In this inning for the Braves, 4 runs on 5 hits, no errors yet by Elizabeth City State. The 1-1 offering to Gerhardt, lines it back up the middle, rolling into center field where Bass Knight will scoop it up. That will score 2 as Epperson trots home from second base. Make it 13-0 Braves. With this, Taylor Gerhardt now 2 for 3 with 4 runs batted in on a couple singles. And next up for UNCP is Watkins. Alex Watkins will come to the plate for her 3rd time with 1 out in the second inning. Watkins 2 for 2 today, an RBI triple her first time up. Led off this inning with a single before she was thrown out on a fielder's choice. Watkins crushes this ball straight into center field. Holding up at 3rd is Walters, and the bases will be loaded for Auld. The Braves can do no wrong in the batter's box today.
Now batting, first baseman, number 22,
Jessica Auld to the plate for the black and gold. Sophomore first baseman Jessica Auld with the bases loaded, 1 away in the bottom of the second inning. This one low and inside, nearly hits her. She saw that it was going to miss just by a little bit. Taking again, Auld, high and away. Make it 2-0. Looking at that upcoming schedule for UNCP softball. Next weekend at the Mid-South Classic in Duncan, South Carolina. March 1st at St. Andrews, and then back home for a couple Peach Belt Conference games on March 4th and 5th. 1 and 3 p.m. doubleheaders. March 4th against USC Aiken. March 5th versus Lander as the Braves begin a grueling Peach Belt Conference grind. Quick visit to the circle from the catcher for Elizabeth City State. That's Casey Cartwright, the senior, talking to a fellow senior, Kelsey White. Ready for the 2-0 pitch to Auld. Swings, hits it in the air towards right field. Cunningham on the run, can't make the catch as it gets past her. UNCP will hold up at 3rd. And the score expands again, 14-0 UNCP. We'll get a meeting in the circle now from Elizabeth City State head coach Mike Pierce. Braves fans ever wondered why our sponsor, Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC, has such a long name? One reason is the tremendous variety of cars and trucks they offer to meet every need. Great-looking Chevrolets, Buicks, Cadillacs, and even GMC SUVs and trucks. They have everything from budget vehicles to top-of-the-line Cadillacs, so why would you shop anywhere else? Try their quick lube, and while your vehicle is being serviced, you can see for yourself. That's Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC, located next to Lumberton High School. Remember to tune in, Braves fans, Wednesday night as UNCP basketball celebrates senior night with a doubleheader against bitter rival Francis Marion, starting at 5:30 with the women's game, men's game at about 7:30. Those games could go a long way in determining seeding for the Peach Belt Conference Tournament. A lot on the line for both UNCP women's and men's basketball, as well as, of course, the pride and the rivalry games. Yes. Senior night, rivalry night, and it's one you don't want to miss. If you're in the area, I highly recommend coming out to Lumbee Guarantee Bank Court to check that one out. Should be a great atmosphere and a great game, and we'd love for you to come and add to it. Of course, if you can't make it, video stream right back here. Mark your calendars, 5:30 on Wednesday.
A big game, and we happen to have some basketball players coming out to watch this softball game, Brandon Watkins and Mike Smith. So it's nice to see other teams supporting Braves softball.
It's really something that a lot of the UNCP teams do, and it's really nice to see the UNCP athletics family. I mean, the big events that people will go to just about no matter what, football and basketball. But beyond that, you see softball players out at baseball, volleyball players at baseball, the baseball guys out at the volleyball games. And
football players at baseball games. Just the support around here is great, and it's lovely to see.
Including some that you wouldn't even think about as much, including soccer.
Yes.
I've seen some soccer games at UNCP that are just incredible atmospheres, and a lot of students come out to those. Pinch hitter now for UNCP, Bailey Hoke will hit for the Braves in that number 7 spot instead of Ashley Mason. Bases loaded for Hoke as she steps into the left-handed batter's box. One away in the bottom of the second. First pitch on the outside corner for called strike. Hoke 0 for 10 at the plate this season. Looking for that first base hit. This would be a big one with the bases loaded. Swings, chops this one up the middle. Trouble, and it's misplayed at second base by Rogers. Everybody safe. The Braves make it 15-0. Score that a base hit for Bailey Hoke. The sophomore has her first hit of the season. 15 runs on 16 hits for UNCP today. 3 errors by Elizabeth City State, none by UNCP.
It's looking like if the Braves continue this run that they're on, they will improve their record whenever they're tallying 15-plus hits so far. So
not often you see a team pick up 15-plus hits and lose a game, and the Braves feasting here today.
It's still amazing that we're just in the second inning.
Nelson grounds this ball hard down the third baseline, but foul. The count goes to 1-1. Nelson today reached on a drop flyer first time up and was hit by a pitch the second time up. So 0 for 1 officially with 2 runs scored. For the Braves, it's Hoke on first, Auld on second, Watkins on third. First at bat of the season for Tony Nelson with the bases loaded. The 1-1. Swings, grounds it to third, right through the legs of Griffin, and everybody's safe. Score that an error. The second time Nelson's reached on an error. No RBI, and it's 15-0 Braves. Pinch hitter for UNCP, number 24, Maddie Armfield will come in and hit. Armfield grounds this to second, and Rogers can't scoop it up. 16-0 Braves. Well, scoreboard showing 17-0. We might have missed one somewhere. Check that. Yeah, it is 17-0. Another pinch hitter now for UNCP. Caitlin Norton to hit. Score that an error, so The second error of the inning by Elizabeth City State. Bases loaded for Norton. She takes for a called strike. That was pitch number 79 today for Kelsey White. Norton swings, hits this ball back up the middle, stopped on the mound, and the throw to first in time. The Braves score another one to make it 18-0. Nice play in the circle by White. And there's 2 away in the Braves' half of the 12th, of the second. Another pinch hitter for UNCP, Shelby Thomas. In that 2 spot for UNCP. Runners on second and third with 2 away in the second. The pitch, Thomas takes outside. And they'll say one of the runners left early. That's the third out. And that will wrap things up in the second inning. The Braves score 11 runs on 9 hits. There were 2 errors by Elizabeth City State and 1 left on. We'll go to the third inning. Braves 18, Vikings 0. Back in Pembroke, top of the third inning as the Braves have made a host of defensive changes. We'll get them to you when we can. But by and large, pretty much everybody except the starting battery of Walters and Nelson has been changed up for UNCP. Just about all 7 field positions other than pitcher and catcher have been changed for UNCP. Armfield now in left, Hoke in center, Thomas in right, Norton at third, Gerhardt at short, Weatherington at second, and Brown at first. So Gerhardt also stays in the game. First pitch, a mighty swing from Megan Hines, and she fouls it off. Vikings, you wonder if they could make those changes, would they? But they only brought 9 players to Pembroke today. So they have no subs to go to, no matter what happens for Elizabeth City State. Ground ball, chopped to first. Brown fields it, tags first base, and there's 1 away in the Vikings half of the third. Abby Walters continues to deal in the circle for UNCP. Seeing 7 up and 7 down thus far.
Right fielder, number 13.
Right fielder Jaleesa Cunningham comes to the plate now for ECSU. Walters comes ready. First pitch. Swung on and missed. Braves with 7 in the first, 11 in the second. Left the bases loaded in the first, just 1 runner left on in that second. Another swing, another miss from Cunningham. Walters set, here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss, and a 3-pitch strikeout from Walters to Cunningham. There's 2 away in the top half of the third. Here's Khadijah Rogers, 0 for 2 on the season thus far. The number 9 hitter steps in for Elizabeth City State. Walters, first pitch in there for a called strike. So this is the 9th batter Walters has faced and the 7th first pitch strike. Did a good job of starting out ahead of hitters today. Leo 1. That one in there. Looked like Rogers might have gone around anyway. Nothing in 2. 2 away, bases empty, top of the 3rd inning. UNCP with an 18-0 lead. Walters pitch, a little bit inside. Check that, it's strike 3 looking. And another strikeout from Abby Walters, her 5th of the game. We'll go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Braves 18, Vikings 0. Bottom of the 3rd inning, UNCP with an 18-0 lead over the Elizabeth City State Vikings. Braves fans, UNCP Athletics has partnered with Advanced Online to launch the official UNCP Athletics online store at shopuncpbraves.com. The store features more than 1,100 products, including t-shirts to pet supplies and everything in between. The site also has jewelry, golf gear, drinkware, and apparel from different brands, including Adidas, the official apparel provider for UNCP Athletics. That's shopuncpbraves.com. Kelsey White back in the circle for Elizabeth City State. At the plate for the Braves, freshman Shelby Thomas. First pitch misses high. Thomas 0 for 2 at the plate this season. Couple strikeouts, looking for that first collegiate base hit. The 1-0 on the outside corner to make it 1-1. Shelby Thomas out of Bishop, Georgia. Getting to come in off the bench today for UNCP in an 18-0 game. Swings, chops this ball up the middle. It's trouble for ECSU and through into center field. Score that a base hit. It's the first hit for Thomas, and she's on with a leadoff single.
Now batting, pitcher number 7, Abby Walters.
Here's pitcher Abby Walters. She's 1 for 2 today. Reached on a bad throw in her first time up in the first, singled, and was stranded later in the first inning, and had an RBI walk last inning, and later came around to score as part of that big 11-run second inning for UNCP. First pitch taken for a strike. Walters hitting .543 this season. This one high and away to even up the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. Thomas on first as Kelsey White will get ready for pitch number 86 of her afternoon. Winds and throws. Walters fouls it off into the net. Pitch to Walters, grounded into left field. Another base knock for Abby Walters. Runners on first and second now to start the Braves' 3rd inning. No question about that one. There's been some where it could go either way on the scoring. That's a base hit every day of the week. Taylor Gerhardt to the plate now for UNCP. She's 2 for 3 with 4 runs batted in on a couple singles. .562 hitter with runners in scoring position this year. First pitch low for ball 1. Kelsey White trying to battle in the circle today for ECSU. The team has not helped her with 5 unearned runs on 5 errors. Here's the 1-0 to Gerhardt. Swung on, grounded to second. That comes right at the ankles of Rogers, and that will load up the bases for UNCP. See, they do score that an error. And the 6th error today by ECSU. Bases loaded. And Wetherington will come to the plate for UNCP for her first at-bat. Randy Wetherington, a freshman from Vanceboro, North Carolina. With the bases juiced, no outs in the bottom of the 3rd. Big breaking ball on the inside corner. Nice pitch from White, 0-1. Wetherington takes again, called strike 2. 1 for 10 this season, Randy Wetherington. Couple walks, couple strikeouts. Bases juiced though. Wetherington takes high and away this time. White in the circle. Up over 90 pitches now. No strikeouts, 1 walk. Giving up 18 runs on 18 hits. Wetherington fouls this off, stays alive with a defensive swing. One-two pitch to Wetherington, swung on, laced into left field. That will score a run. UNCP holds up, the bases remain loaded. It's now 19-0 UNCP. First RBI of the year for Randy Wetherington. And on comes number 11, Eden Brown. Brown 4 for 16 this year. One of the UNCP reserves. Takes strike 1. 19 runs on 19 hits, no errors for UNCP. As Brown chops this one up the middle, played at short by Sorrento. The throw to first is in time. Not sure why she wasn't able to tag the second base bag there. As Wetherington safe on second, Gerhardt safe on third. Walters comes around to score for run number 20. Bailey Hoke's turn to hit now. Hoke already 1 for 1 today with a single and a run batted in. And fouls the first pitch off. Brown picks up the RBI ground out on that last at-bat, her first RBI. Count 0-1 to Bailey Hoke, 1 away, runners on second and third in the bottom of the 3rd inning. The pitch, Hoke grounds it to short, scooped up by Sorrento. The throw to first dropped by Spruill over at first, and the bases are loaded once again. Seventh error today by ECSU. And on comes Tony Nelson to hit.
The Braves are really capitalizing on these errors by the Vikings.
Well, the Vikings have recorded 7 outs and committed 7 errors. It's kind of been a struggle defensively. Nelson will stop, make sure the shoe is laced up nice and tight. She digs into the plate for her 4th at-bat of the day. Reached twice on an error and was hit by a pitcher. He hasn't recorded an official hit yet today. Scored 2 runs. The 0-1. Taking again, strike 2. That was pitch number 100 today for Kelsey White. The 0-2 offering. Swung on, lifted towards left field. Hines can't get to it. Braves will get through and score for run number 21. No action in the Viking bullpen because, again, they don't have any extra bodies. If they were to take somebody out of the game to warm them up, they would have fewer than 9 players in the field, and you can't do that.
So it's just looking tough for the Vikings.
Matty Armfield steps to the plate, grounds the first pitch foul. Armfield reached on an error last inning in her first at bat of the day. Officially 0 for 3 this season. 21 runs on 20 hits, no errors for UNCP. No runs, no hits, 7 errors by ECSU. Armfield taking inside there, evens up the count at 1-1. The 1-1. Breaking ball at the letters, called strike 2. It's Nelson on first, Hoke on second, Weatherington on third for the black and gold. Matty Armfield at the plate. Swings and misses there. First strikeout of the afternoon for Kelsey White, and there is 2 away. Back to the top of the order for UNCP as Norton comes to the plate again. Caitlin Norton, freshman from Randleman, North Carolina. Grounded out her first time up, but knocked in a run. Taking there on the outside corner for strike 1. One just a little bit too high, 1-1. Kelsey White in the circle, Caitlin Norton in the right-handed batter's box. 1-1 pitch, swung on, hit back up the middle, through into center field. Everybody stops, moving up one base. It's an RBI base hit for Caitlin Norton, her 5th RBI of the year. First today, and it's 22-0 Braves.
Now batting, number 21, Shelby Thomas.
Now Shelby Thomas to the plate for the black and gold. 1 for 1 so far today, sporting a .333 batting average. Swings, grounds this ball down the third base line, off the third base bag. That's an RBI base hit for Thomas. It's 23-0 Braves.
Now batting, pitcher number 7.
And Abby Walters back to the plate again. Braves take the lead too early there. That's an intentional out, and that ends the 3rd inning. Braves add 5 more to the lead. We're through 3. It's 23-0 UNCP. Braves fans, Adidas is the official apparel sponsor for all 16 of UNC Pembroke's varsity athletic teams. Adidas provides some of the most innovative products in the shoe and apparel industry and is one of the most recognizable brands worldwide. UNCP thanks Adidas for all of their support and offering the best for Braves athletes. Braves were in the white Adidas tops with the gray pants. Today, Elizabeth City State were in the blue and gray combo. Top of the fourth inning at LRA Field. Braves 23 runs on 22 hits, no errors. Vikings no runs, no hits, 7 errors defensively. Top of the order due up this inning for ECSU, as Kaylee Sorrento will step up and hit. Sorrento, a senior from Elizabeth City, North Carolina. As every player on this ECSU roster is a North Carolina native. Vikings at 0-2 on the season. Both of their first 2 games were yesterday, a pair of losses to Young Harris. The Braves at 7-4, they were off yesterday. Abby Walters in the circle, trying to keep the momentum moving. As this ball lofted into shallow center field, that will drop. And it's the first hit of the day for the Vikings. Kaylee Sorrento with her second hit of the season. There goes the perfect game for Abby Walters.
Now batting pitcher, number 7, Casey Cartwright.
You wonder how much longer she will go without the prospect of a perfect game. Do they save her for the second game? That's another question. A coaching decision I'm glad I don't have to make.
Yes, that's a real good thing that we don't have to make those decisions.
Casey Cartwright comes up and hits. She'll try to lay down a bunt. It goes foul. Cartwright, a senior from Hertford, North Carolina.
Had tapped Nelson on the head.
Here's Walters with the 0-1. Grounded towards second. Scooped up by the shortstop Gerhardt. The throw to first in time, a double play. Gerhardt to Brown, a 6-3 double play. Don't see a lot of those in softball, and something to celebrate for UNCP. So that wipes out the base runner, and Alyssa Griffin comes up to hit for ECSU. Griffin, the pitcher out of Edenton, North Carolina. Swings and misses at the first pitch. Griffin grounded out her first time up. 0 for 1 today. 0 for 5 on the season. The 0-1. Swung on, laced foul. Good contact by Griffin there, but it's just strike 2. No 2 pitch from Walters. Swung on, line towards second, knocked down on an amazing attempt by Wetherington. Score that a base hit for Alyssa Griffin. And nearly a highlight of the year kind of catch by Wetherington.
Almost an amazing catch.
Randy Wetherington, I'm sure she will regret not getting that and probably get in the weight room, work on that vertical leap a little bit, because she's close. She's close to making that.
That was right in the hands, but hey.
Just couldn't haul it in. First pitch misses low and inside to Kelsey White. One-0 count. 2 hits this inning for ECSU. After they went 0 for in the first trip through the batting order. Snap throw down to first. Back in time safely is Griffin. This ball lifted into right field. Chance for Griffin to move up to second base. 3 hits now this frame for the Vikings. Puts a runner in scoring position for the first time.
Now batting number 10, Lashika Bassnight.
Brings up Bassnight, Lashika Bassnight, a junior from Plymouth, North Carolina. First pitch from Walters at the knees for a called strike. 0-1, 2 outs, runners on first and second now for the Vikings. Trying to get on the scoreboard for the first time. trailing 23-0 in the top of the 4th inning. Walters' pitch swung on and missed, 0-2. Rewind the 0-2. Just a bit low. That was close. Three hits this inning for Elizabeth City State. They hit into a double play, but then got 2 more after that initial base hit. This one swung on and missed by Bass Knight, and the threat neutralized. Abby Walters gets out of a mini jam. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Braves all over the Vikings. Braves fans, ever wondered why our sponsor, Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC, has such a long name? One reason is the tremendous variety of cars and trucks they offer to meet every need. Great-looking Chevrolets, Buicks, Cadillacs, and even GMC SUVs and trucks. They have everything from budget vehicles to top-of-the-line Cadillacs, so why would you shop anywhere else? Try their quick loop, and while your vehicle is being serviced, you can see for yourself. That's Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC, located next to Lumberton High School. First pitch misses inside on Abby Walters for ball 1. Remember to stay tuned. Game 2 of today's doubleheader will take place right about 3 o'clock. Walters chops this one to third, handled by Griffin. The throw to first in time, and there's one away. We're out from Abby Walters. She will finish today first game at 2 for 4 with 3 runs scored.
Despite out, a pretty good afternoon so far for Abby Walters.
Here's Taylor Gerhardt, 2 for 4 today. A couple singles with 4 runs batted in. A ground out and reached on an error as Gerhardt goes opposite field with this, fouls it off to the right side. The Braves 7 in the first, 11 in the second, 5 in the third, and probably not going to try to put up too many here in the fourth.
Not really. Just basically slowing down on the pedal, just making sure they can keep this lead as definite as possible.
This will most likely end next inning on the 8-run mercy rule. Gerhardt hits this one to second, and stabbed by Rogers. She makes the catch. And there's 2 away. A couple nice plays in the infield by ECSU this inning. As Gerhardt lines out, here's Weatherington.
A really good catch by Rogers.
Randy Weatherington, 1 for 1 so far today with an RBI single. Swings, crushes this ball, foul. Weatherington 2 for 11 on the season. 1 run batted in, her first one coming last inning. White with pitch number 115 of the afternoon. Change up that misses low. One pitch on the way to Weatherington. Taken low, 2-1. Braves 3 for 4 at the plate with 2 out situations. Last 2 innings, they got themselves out of 2 out situations by basically intentionally having the runner take a lead off of second base illegally and get called for that 3rd out just to move the game along. Weatherington lines this ball into shallow left field, and she's 2 for 2 today. Base hit number 23 of the ball game for UNCP. Add to that 7 errors by ECSU. And the Braves with those 23 runs. Seen a couple walks, a hit by pitch. Actually just 1 walk today from Kelsey White. Eden Brown digs in. And that first pitch low and inside for ball 1. Eden Brown with 4 hits this year. Taking there to make it 1-1. Hitting .500 with 2 out situations. .235 overall on the year. The 1-1 offering. Swung on, lifted towards right field. Cunningham on the run. Keeps it in front, lets it drop for another Braves base hit. Here's Bailey Hoke. Hoke, the sophomore from Fleming Island, Florida. Lefty bat for UNCP in the 7 spot. Takes it the letters for a called strike. Braves will improve to 8-4 with the win. ECSU will drop to 0-3, and the teams will play each other one more time here this afternoon. Hoke with the liner into left field. Trying to score from second is Weatherington. That ball rolls all the way to the wall. The Braves hold up runners at first and second. RBI base hit for Bailey Hoke. It's 24-0 Braves.
Now batting catcher number 9, Tony Nelson.
As Tony Nelson will come to the plate for her 5th plate appearance of the game. Remember, it's the bottom of the 4th inning. She reached on a dropped fly in the 1st, was hit by a pitch and reached on an error in the 2nd and singled in the 3rd. She's officially 1 for 3 today. 2 runs batted in and 2 runs scored. The 1-0. High and outside. That was pitch number 125 in the game for Kelsey White. It's doubtful that she will pitch in that 2nd game. Her arm's probably got to be getting tired as Nelson skies this one to left field. Hines running under it. She makes the catch for the 3rd out. Braves score just 1 in the inning. On 3 hits, they leave 2 on. We'll go to the top of the 5th inning. Braves 24, Vikings 0. New pitcher for UNCP, Mallory Leviner, coming in with an 0-3 record, 17 1/3 innings pitched. She's given up 13 earned runs, walked 7, struck out 7. Right-handed pitcher and also a new catcher for UNCP as Watkins will take over behind the plate. Do up this inning for the Vikings, the 6, 7, and 8 hitters ECSU needs to put up a 16 spot. Check that, 17 spot this inning to keep the game alive. First pitch swinging, Spruill, and she misses. Shante Spruill at the plate, a junior from Columbia, North Carolina, 0 for 1 today. Fouls this one straight back and into the net for strike 2. The 0-2 offering from Leviner, just a bit outside. Spruill started to offer at it, didn't go around. Spruill 1 for 5 at the plate this season. In the circle, Leviner, the 1-2 pitch, swung on and missed for strike 3, and there's one away. He's working around the infield, 2 outs away from sealing the deal in game 1. Here's Megan Hines, the junior from Goldsboro. Hines takes there, outside 1-0.
Hines and I share the same hometown, Goldsboro. 919 in the house. What?
She's playing left field today for ECSU. Looking for that first base hit of the season. Swings and misses there. Like the follow through though. She's thinking about the long ball. That big left field wall presents an inviting target to try to launch one. See if she can get a hold of one. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Pretty unusual to see a one-handed follow through. A lot of coaches don't like that. The 1-2 from Leviner, swung on and missed for strike 3. So it comes to Jalea Cunningham. Jalea Cunningham at the plate. 0 for 1 with a strikeout so far today. Offers at that one and misses 0-1. Leviner looking to strike out the side. Put a cherry on top of this victory for UNCP and help the Braves get ready for game 2 today. 0-1 pitch, a little high. Leviner with the 1-1. Just misses outside. 2 balls and a strike. Lisa Cunningham 0 for 4 at the dish this season. 0 for 1 today. Swings, fouls this one off. 2-2. 2-2, 2 outs. Top of the 5th inning. Mercy rule in effect. Braves just 1 pitch away. The 2-2 pitch, swung on, fouled off again. Cunningham stays alive. Leviner's pitch. In there, strike 3 looking, and that's the ball game. Your final score, UNC Pembroke 24, Elizabeth City State 0 in game 1. We'll step aside for a little while. Second game coming up in about 25 or 30 minutes. Keep it here on the Braves Broadcast Network. We'll be back in a little while. And welcome back to LRA Field, softball fans. It's time for Game 2 of today's doubleheader. UNCP softball getting ready to take on Elizabeth City State once again. After the first game, a 24-0 UNCP win. With Malik Worrells, I'm Cameron Songer. Thanks for joining us today on the Braves Broadcast Network. Let's get you the starting lineup, starting with the visitors from Elizabeth City State, who come into this matchup 0-3. Their starting lineup looks like this. Kaylee Sorrento will lead off and pitch, followed by catcher Casey Cartwright. Shortstop Alyssa Griffin batting third. Cleanup hitter Kelsey White. Fifth hitter center fielder Lashika Bassnight. First baseman Ashanti Spruill will bat sixth, followed by Megan Hines, Jaleesa Cunningham, and Khadijah Rogers rounding out the batting order for Elizabeth City State. They have one non-starter. It's Janiyah Harris. For UNCP, the starting pitcher Mallory Leviner, making her sixth appearance of the season and her fourth start, has a 4.96 ERA in the circle, 18 1/3 innings pitched. She struck out 10 and walked 7, and opponents hitting .333 against her. Line up behind her defensively in the outfield from left to right, it's Lexi Cox, Abby Walters, and Haley Epperson. The infield, third baseman Jamie Johnson, shortstop Taylor Gerhart, second baseman Alex Watkins, and at first base Jessica Auld. Behind the plate once again for UNCP, Tony Nelson. First pitch fired in at 2:57 p.m., and we are underway in Game 2. Malik, another wonderful weather day for us here.
Yes.
Slight breeze blowing from left to right across LRA Field. First pitch was fouled off by Sorrento. 68 degrees, sunny skies, 73 degrees, sunny skies. Not really a cloud in sight here in southeastern North Carolina. Here's the 1-1. Off speed, misses a bit low. 2 balls and a strike. In that first game, the Braves took advantage of 7 Viking errors, held the Vikings to just 3 hits. This ball lofted into right field, playable, and caught for the first out. Haley Epperson didn't have to move very far for that.
Really didn't. But in the first game also, the Braves took advantage on the defensive end and got quick in and outs on their side of the ball.
Second batter today in Game 2 for ECSU, Casey Cartwright, the catcher. She's looking for her first hit of the season, 0 for the first 5, as she lifts this one to the left side in foul territory off the roof of the Braves dugout, now to play. No balls, 1 strike, 1 out, top of the first inning in Game 2 of today's non-conference doubleheader, UNCP softball. We'll be back on the road for a little while. Next home game will be March 4th, and it's the Peach Belt Conference opener versus USC Aiken. The 0-1. Swung on and missed as Leviner took something off that and absolutely fooled Cartwright. Leviner in the circle, ready with the 0-2. Catches the outside corner, strike 3 looking, and there's 2 away in the top of the first. First strikeout today for Mallory Leviner, 11th of the season for the freshman right-handed pitcher. Third batter in the batting order for Elizabeth City State, Alyssa Griffin, a freshman with a 167 batting average, takes on the outside corner for strike 1. Liner's thrown a first pitch strike to all 3 batters this inning. Gets the signal from Tony Nelson behind the dish, winds and throws the 0-1. Swung on, grounded to second, scooped up by Watkins, the toss to first in time, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for the Braves defensively. First at-bats for the black and gold of game number 2 coming up, bottom of the first inning, right after this. In the circle for Elizabeth City State, senior right-handed pitcher Kaylee Sorrento comes in with an ERA of 21.0. This is her second appearance. Remember, ECSU played yesterday right back here at LRA Field against Young Harrison, lost both. She pitched 1 inning, gave up 4 runs, 8 hits, just 3 of them earned. Struck out none, walked 5, and opponents hit .571 against her. Defensively for the Vikings behind Sorrento. Behind the plate, her battery mate is Casey Cartwright. The outfield, Hines in left, Bass Knight in center, Cunningham in right. In the infield, White and Griffin at third and short, Rogers at second, Spruill at first. For UNCP, the batting order starts with Jamie Johnson, then Haley Epperson, followed by Abby Walters, Taylor Gerhart, the shortstop in the cleanup spot, then Alex Watkins, Jessica Auld, Bailey Hoke at the designated player spot batting 7th, catcher Tony Nelson batting 8th, and left fielder Lexi Cox bats 9th for the black and gold. Jamie Johnson to try to get things started for UNCP. Braves coming off a 24-0 win in the first game. And that first pitch high and outside from Kaylee Sorrento. The first inning just getting underway here at LRA Field in Pembroke, North Carolina. UNCP at 8-4 on the year. Elizabeth City State at 0-3. Johnson just a bit out in front of this, pops it foul into the parking lot. 2 balls, 1 strike to the Braves' third baseman. Johnson with a .462 batting average entering this game. 18 hits and 39 at-bats, 8 runs batted in. Also 8 walks. 2-1 offering. Johnson lines it to third, and it's snagged by White for the first out. Next up for UNCP, right fielder number 8, Haley Epperson. Epperson, a .375 hitter, making her 12th appearance of the year for UNCP. This is now the 13th game for the Braves. Epperson swings and misses at the first pitch she sees from Kaylee Sorrento. Sorrento, the senior from Elizabeth City, North Carolina. One of 2 Vikings from Elizabeth City. This ball lined foul. Good contact from Epperson, just a little bit too far in front. Straighten that out, and that's a double. Good crowd on hand at LRA Field today. Enjoying the gorgeous weather.
A really nice crowd out here.
People in the bleachers. We got people lining the sidelines with their dogs as Epperson crushes this ball into the left center field gap. It rolls to the wall on 2 bounces. Epperson holding up at second with a 1-out double. And the Braves have the first base hit of game number 2. That ball just hung up there, both on the pitch and on the swing.
Yes, it did.
The pitch from Sorrento just seemed to arrive in slow motion. Not a lot of velocity behind it. Allows the Braves to put a runner in scoring position with 1 away. Center fielder number 7, Abby Walters to the plate. Reigning National Player of the Week. .541 hitter this season. Takes low and away.
She had a really nice outing on first matchup of the day, where really she had the Vikings stricken up by her pitches.
A dual threat for UNCP, can pitch and can hit. Already 1 no-hitter thrown this year. She threw 4 scoreless innings in the first game.
And she was close to having a perfect game also.
Gave up 3 hits in the top of the 4th. Otherwise, was just mowing down the Viking hitters. Runner going, trying to steal third. A bad throw into the outfield. And holding up at third is Epperson. She has the stolen base. She's on third now. 2-0 the count, Abby Walters. Excuse me, 3-0 the count to Abby Walters. Now, sometimes you'd see UNCP try to go for that, and when the ball ends up in left field after a stolen base of third, might try to go for home, but the way they've been hitting the ball today, I don't think it's really necessary to push the envelope too much, as Walters will take a 4-pitch walk. Runners at first and third for UNCP, 1 out in the bottom of the first. And now batting for the Braves, the shortstop number 6, Taylor Gerhart.
Now batting, shortstop
Gerhardt out of Winfield Park, New Jersey. Has a situation to put the Braves on the board in game number 2. Gerhardt, a .421 hitter. Also hits better with runners in scoring position. Braves work first and third, and Walters will scoot on over to second base without a throw. So Walters on second, Epperson on third. Taylor Gerhardt hitting .500 with runners on base, and even better with runners in scoring position. First base is open. You wonder if the Vikings might pitch around her a little bit. Alex Watkins waits on deck for UNCP. No score. Bottom of the first inning of game 2, today's doubleheader. Low and inside, a nice block behind the dish by Cartwright. Makes the count 3-0. Expect Gerhardt to be taking here unless it's a pitch she absolutely is sitting on. Even then, she might want to take it. The 3-0 from Sorrento in there for a called strike. .3-1 offering. Swung on, lifted into the left center field gap. That's a problem for the Vikings. Gerhardt drives in 2. She's looking for 2 and has a 2-run double. The Braves take a 2-run lead. Taylor Gerhardt picks up RBIs number 18 and 19 on the year. It's 2-0 Braves. Alex Watkins now, the freshman with a .515 batting average this year. 8 RBIs on the year. 17 hits and 33 at-bats. She has been stellar for the Braves already this year. So she can keep it going into conference play. That is the question. Watkins swings, flies it towards center field. Bass Knight retreating, loses it in the sun. Gerhardt advances to third. Watkins all the way to second on the long fly ball. No runs score. See if they score that a hit or an error. Waiting for the signal there. Either way, great opportunity for the Braves to add to the lead as Jessica Auld digs in. Score that a base hit. So a double for Watkins. And now here's Jessica Auld. On the outside corner for strike 1. Auld, a sophomore, batting .360 this year. Making her 10th start of the season. 0-1. Auld, inside out, right to second base where it's dropped by Rogers. Everybody's safe. That's got to be an error. First error today by ECSU in game 2. So the number 7 hitter, Bailey Hoke, steps up. 2 hits and 13 tries for a .154 batting average. Bases loaded for UNCP. Hoke takes on the outer half for a called strike. Hoke has been perfect with the bases loaded this year, hasn't made an out. Batting .333 with runners in scoring position. So another Braves hitter that hits better with ducks on the pond. That one misses badly into the opposite batter's box, evens up the count at 1-1. Kaylee Sorrento in the circle for ECSU. For the Braves, Auld on first, Watkins on second, Gerhardt on third. Bailey Hoke in the batter's box. The 1-1 delivery. Low and away again. Designated player Bailey Hoke for UNCP. Out of Fleming Island, Florida. Looks at a 2-1 pitch that runs high and inside. No place to put her. Risk of walking in a run. The Vikings, Kaylee Sorrento needs to come over the plate with this one. The pitch. Just on the outside corner for a called strike. Count full, bases full. 1 away in the bottom of the first inning, 2-0 UNCP. Sorrento payoff pitch upstairs, and Bailey Hoke walks in a run. RBI walk for Bailey Hoke. It's 3-0 Braves. Already in this inning for UNCP. 3 runs on 3 hits. 1 error by ECSU. And now batting for UNCP, the catcher, For 9, Tony Nelson.
Tony Nelson.
Nelson boasts a .346 batting average. Looks at an off-speed pitch for a called strike on the inside half. 500 hitter when the bases are loaded, Tony Nelson. Chance to pick up more RBI. She's got 6 already this year. 0-1 offering. Nelson lifts it into shallow center field. Bass Knight gets under it, makes the catch, and there's 2 away. Braves looking to tag up and score from third. Watkins in without a throw. It's 4-0 UNCP. Didn't look like the Vikings were really concerned about trying to cut that runner off.
Now batting, lucky number 10, Lexi Cox.
Lexi Cox at the plate now for UNCP, the number 9 hitter for the Braves, a .318 batting average. Here's the 1-0 pitch. High and outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Drop scoreboard. 2-0 pitch, high and away. Here's the 3-0 offering. And a 4-pitch walk to Lexi Cox. Loads up the bases once again.
Now batting, number 18, Jamie Johnson.
This one slightly mishandled behind the plate. This pitch in there for a called strike. Evens up the count 1-1 to Jamie Johnson. Johnson led off with a line out to start this inning for the Braves. Bases loaded, 4 runs already in, 2 outs. 1-1 pitch. Swung on, lifted into left center field on the run. That ball is caught on the bobble by Hines. 3rd out of the inning, and the Braves leave the bases loaded in the 1st inning. They do plate 4 runs. We'll go to the top of the 2nd inning. It's 4-0 UNCP. Braves fans, Adidas is the official apparel sponsor for all 16 of UNC Pembroke's varsity athletic teams. Adidas provides some of the most innovative products in the shoe and apparel industry and is one of the most recognizable brands worldwide. UNCP thanks Adidas for all their support in offering the best for Braves athletes. Top of the second inning, Elizabeth City State will send the 4, 5, and 6 hitters due up to face Mallory Leviner. Braves pitcher set the Vikings down in order in the top of the first. Kelsey White at the plate. 167 batting average coming into this one. Looks at one high and tight, but a called strike. This one misses too high. Evens at the count 1-1.
White also acted as the Vikings pitcher for the first game, but is now out in the field now.
Playing third base in this second game and had a nice fielding play on a line drive in that inning to keep the Braves from really racking up the runs. Remember in the first game, the Braves went on to win 24-0 on the strength of a 11-run second inning. 2-1 pitch on the way. In there for a called strike. Two balls, 2 strikes to Kelsey White. Mallory Leviner in the circle for the black and gold, winds and throws. This ball grounded back up the middle through the legs of Leviner and into center field. First base knock of this game for Elizabeth City State belongs to Kelsey White, her second hit of the season.
Now batting, center fielder.
Now batting, center fielder number 10. Lashika Bass Knight comes to the plate. Bass Knight 0 for 5 at the plate this season. Vikings have scored 1 run in 3 games as Bass Knight fouls it straight back for a first strike. Leadoff runner getting aboard in the form of White for Elizabeth City State. Here's the 0-1. Fooled Bass Knight there with the breaking stuff. He was ducking out of the batter's box, and it curved back in for strike 2. Next pitch from Leviner, grounded toward first. The throw over to second in time. Back to first, double play. Another double play for UNCP. They had one in the first game as well. Six-4 double play. And Spruill will come up to bat now with the bases empty. That is helping out your pitcher there. Shantae Spruill to the batter's box now. 1 for 6 at the plate this season. Swings and misses there. Leviner ready and throws. Swung on and missed for strike 2. Spruill has struck out 3 times in her 6 at-bats this weekend. Leviner trying to pick up a second strikeout on the afternoon. The 0-2, swung on and missed, strike 3. Vikings go 1-2-3. They do have a hit, but leave none on thanks to a double play. Middle of the second inning, Braves 4, Vikings 0. Braves fans, ever wondered why our sponsor, Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC, has such a long name? One reason is the tremendous variety of cars and trucks they offer to meet every need. Great-looking Chevrolets, Buicks, Cadillacs, and even GMC SUVs and trucks. They have everything from budget vehicles to top-of-the-line Cadillacs, so why would you shop anywhere else? Try their quick lube, and while your vehicle is being serviced, you can see for yourself. That's Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC, located next to Lumberton High School. Haley Epperson to get things started for UNCP. In the second inning, she'll be followed by Abby Walters and Taylor Gerhardt. Braves batted around in that first inning, but scored just 4 runs after leaving the bases loaded. Epperson at the plate. A junior for this Braves team out of Summerfield, North Carolina. Starts ahead in the count 2-0. The 2-0 pitch from Sorrento inside again. Get 3-0. Epperson doubled her first time up, picking up her second double of the season. Taken all the way there on 3-0 for a called strike 1. Epperson leading off the second inning for the Braves. Draws a 5-pitch walk, and she'll be on first base. Next up for the Braves is the center fielder, Abby Walters. She pitched game 1 for UNCP, picked up the win. Comes into this plate appearance with a .541 batting average. Swings, lines this ball foul down the third base line. That ball jumped off her bat. Walters, a senior from Bladenboro, North Carolina, the only senior on the Braves roster this year. So as exciting as this year's Braves team is, starting the year 8-4, as a fan, you can't help but peek a little bit to next season.
Especially with all the youth that they have on this team so far.
A 1 pitch. Walters skies it towards left field. Camping out under it, Hines. She can't hang on. And that's an error in left field by ECSU. Puts runners on first and second for UNCP. So Taylor Gerhardt comes up to hit. She's 1 for 1 already today. Chance for the Braves to break through again in this one. Last game, game 1 of this doubleheader, the Braves scored 7 in the first, 11 in the second, and really made that a no contest. 4 in the first here in this second game. It's a little bit of a different story. Has a different feel to it. Gerhardt had a 2-run double her first time up last inning. Kaylee Sorrento working in the circle, the 1-0 pitch. This one thrown behind Gerhardt. It rolls to the backstop, and the Braves move up 1 base. Now runners on second and third as Walters moves to second, Epperson to third for UNCP. Dangerous throw there from Sorrento. Clearly just got away from her. First base open now for Gerhardt. The 2-0 pitch. Swung on, grounded into right center field. That's a problem for the Vikings. Gerhardt will score 2 more runs. She's looking for 3. Gerhardt digging, and she will have a stand-up triple that drives in 2 runs, making it 6-0 UNCP. Next hitter for UNCP is Alex Watkins. Watkins with a .529 batting average coming into this at-bat. Watkins, freshman from Swansboro, North Carolina. First pitch on the way to Watkins. In there for a called strike. The 0-1, way outside. One count to Alex Watkins. Braves with a 6-0 lead No outs as Watkins lifts this one into shallow center field. Bass Knight trying to get under it. She hangs on. Tagging up from third, Gerhardt. She will score, and it's 7-0 Braves. One away in the bottom of the second inning now.
Now batting first baseman number 22, Jessica Auld.
Jessica Auld comes to the plate now for UNCP. Auld, a sophomore from Columbia, South Carolina. And she gets a hold of this ball into right center field. That ball is gone. A solo home run for Jessica Auld. Second long ball of the year for the Braves first baseman. Make it 8-0 UNC Pembroke. That was launched off the bat.
Yes, it was.
Rocketing at it here, really a no-doubter. Saw the outfield, Bass Knight and Cunningham just sort of turn, make a couple steps towards it, and then watch it fly over the wall. 8-0 UNCP. Bottom of the second inning continues. One away as Bailey Hoke steps to the plate, the number 7 hitter in the batting order for UNCP today. This one low and outside. Hoke had an RBI walk her first time up. Sophomore from Fleming Island, Florida. Adding to that geographic diversity of the UNCP squad. Taking there for a called strike on the inner half.
It's definitely looking as if the second inning is definitely a pinpoint inning for the Braves so far this season.
At least this afternoon, that's been the case. Don't have the full second inning numbers for the season in front of me, but it's looked good. It's looked good today. This one runs inside. Hoke takes it on the back, a hit by pitch. She's on base for a second time today without having to swing the bat. So Tony Nelson, the next hitter for UNCP. The Braves catcher is a junior from Bear Creek, North Carolina. Also 0 for 0. Had a sacrifice fly and knocked in a run her first time up. .346 batting average for the Braves catcher. Takes high and away there. A little pitch out from the Vikings. Not seeing Bailey Hoke running that time. .1-0 pitch on the way from Sorrento. This will be pitch number 54 for her. Same spot, same result, 2-0. The 2-0 pitch in the dirt for ball 3. Nice stop by Cartwright behind home plate. That was one fluid motion to scoot to her left, scoop it up, and come up looking to throw. Very impressive. But Sorrento behind in the count, 3-0. Expect to see Tony Nelson keeping the bat on her shoulder here. And she draws a 4-pitch walk. Runners on first and second now for UNCP. Number 9 hitter Lexi Cox will have to wait to bat because Elizabeth City State wants to talk things over. Head coach Mike Pierce is in his first season at the helm in Elizabeth City, talking to the Vikings infield. Braves fans, don't miss out on your chance to receive rewards for attending UNCP home athletic events during the 2016-17 season. Visit the App Store on your smartphone, download #BraveNation, UNCP's new fan engagement app. The app can be found on the Apple Store or on Google Play. Search using #BraveNation. Also remember to tune in every Saturday morning at 9:30 on WFXB Fox TV for the UNCP Sports Black and Gold Report presented by Pepsi. It's a show all about UNC Pembroke athletics as we bring you interviews with coaches, highlights, and special features around the UNCP athletic department. Tune in Saturdays at 9:30 on WFXB Fox TV or on our YouTube channel the following Monday. On yesterday's show, we talked to men's and women's basketball head coaches. Men's coach Ben Miller, women's coach John Haskins, as their season comes closer to the finish line, but still plenty of work to do. Season finale on Wednesday, UNCP Francis Marion. Lexi Cox digs back in, takes inside there for ball 1. That game will be senior night, a doubleheader between the Braves and their rivals from Florence, South Carolina. Tip-off of the women's game at 5:30 with the men's game following at about 7:30. You do not want to miss it. If you're not subscribed to UNCP Braves on YouTube, now would be an excellent time to hit that subscribe button.
Brilliant time.
2-0 pitch on the way to Lexi Cox. Swings, lines it into left field. That is a foul ball. Very nearly a extra base hit for Lexi Cox. The way the Braves have been knocking the ball around the outfield today. 8 runs on 5 hits, no errors for UNCP. No runs, 1 hit, 2 errors by the Vikings.
It has been swinging in the Braves' favor so far today.
He's blown out to center field. The pitch just a bit off. Lexi Cox fouls it into the net. Got some fans wishing for a souvenir on the foul ball. That one hitting the very tip top of the net. You have fans who groan, and then when presented with an actual foul ball, they're all going to get out of the way. They would scatter, even on a little spinner like that. 2-2 count, 1 away. Runners on first and second for UNCP in the bottom of the second inning. The pitch on the way to Cox, grounded towards first. It's through into right field. Everybody holds up 1 base forward. Base is now loaded for UNCP as the lineup turns back over. Jamie Johnson to the dish. Jamie Johnson getting her 3rd at-bat with 1 out in the second inning. Tells you what the Braves have done here today. Hit the ball and hit it well. This one behind Johnson. It rolls to the backstop. UNCP stays put. In the future, in Peach Bell Conference games, you might see the Braves try to take bases on a situation like that, but really trying to work on some things here today. Already in position for a run rule victory in just the second inning. Pitch on the way. Johnson is high and outside. Sorrento struggling with the control in this at-bat. Johnson 0 for 2 in this one. Batting average has dipped. Get this, dipped to .439. Having a very good season as the Braves leadoff hitter. 2-0 pitch. Swung on, grounded into left field. And that will score a run. RBI single for Jamie Johnson. It's 9-0 Braves. Bases remain loaded. Cox up to second. Nelson over to third. And Jamie Johnson on first as Hoke scoring on that last base knock. Here's Haley Epperson, junior right fielder for the Braves today. Haley Sorrento continuing to work in the circle. Up over 60 pitches as Epperson fouls this one off to the right side and out of play. Braves with 5 runs this inning after 4 in the first. There's still just 1 away in this second stanza. Keely Sorrento winds and throws. This ball launched into left field. Hines going back and watches it go over the wall. A grand slam. Haley Epperson clears the bases. A grand slam for Haley Epperson. Her second hit of the day. And it's 13-0 UNCP. My goodness. I'm not sure why Hines turned and tried to chase that ball down. Off the bat, that was a no-doubter.
Nah. It was looking like it was going to be out as soon as it hit her bat. It was just picking out of the ballpark.
Now all of a sudden this is a very different ball game than it was just a few minutes ago. 13-0 Braves, 1 away in the bottom of the second. As Abby Walters comes to the plate. And Walters has been on such a tear hitting the baseball in the last 2 weeks. You are just a little surprised. Almost she looked a little disappointed to watch that ball go out of the park because I think she wanted to be the one to hit the grand slam. Cannot get selfish in a situation like this. One 0 count. On the outside corner for a called strike, 1-1. Walters walked her first time up, reached on a dropped fly the second time, so she's 0 for 1 today in this second game. 1-1. Walters inside out, lifted to the right side into the visiting dugout. Fortunately, not a lot of bodies in there. Elizabeth City State lists one other player who's a non-starter, plus the coaching staff. That's it. Base is empty for Abby Walters. 1-2 is the count. One away. Braves with 9 runs across here in the second inning. Walters out in front of this one, fouls it off this time to the left side. Sorrento going with that off-speed stuff. It's not really fooling a lot of Braves hitters here today. "13 runs allowed by Sorrento, 10 of them earned." 1-2 pitch. Walters skies it to right field. Cunningham under it, misjudged it, and that will fall. Walters stops at second base after the error defensively by ECSU. No, check, they're going to score that a hit. Lost in the sun. Taylor Gerhardt now to the plate for UNCP. Braves cleanup hitter, already 2 for 2 in this one. So that was the 9th hit by the Braves in this game. Sounds like the Braves making a change here. Randy Weatherington will step in and hit instead of Taylor Gerhardt. So still the bottom of the second inning. Braves already starting to go to the bench, holding that 13-0 lead. So it's Randy Weatherington, the freshman right-handed batter, comes in, and looks like Taylor Gerhardt will get to enjoy the rest of this afternoon from the comforts of the Braves bench.
Pitching for the Braves, number 15, Randy Weatherington.
Runner on second is Walters. Randy Weatherington at the plate now for UNCP. Hitting .250 on the season. Takes a first pitch, called ball 1. So this is the 22nd batter Sorrento has faced. She's had just 12 first pitch strikes, and that was pitch number 72 of her afternoon. 1-0 offering. Weatherington pops it up in the infield, caught at first base by Spruill for the second out of the inning. Another pinch hitter for UNCP. Caitlin Norton comes up and bats. And she'll replace Watkins in the Braves batting order. The pitch just a bit outside from Kaylee Sorrento. Caitlin Norton, a .353 hitter on the year, 6 hits in 17 tries, also walked twice. The 1-0, laced back up the box and threw into center field. Holding up at third is Walters. It's a 2-out base hit for Caitlin Norton. Another pinch hitter for UNCP, Eden Brown, will pinch hit in place of Ald. Even that second string for UNCP hitting the ball well this afternoon as Brown just mistimes this one, fouls it off into the parking lot. That looked like one of the UNCP baseball players, Drew Beaver, almost had a running catch. He did not bring his mitt over to the over to the softball stadium today. I don't think he expected to be trying to chase down any pop flies. 0-1 pitch on the way. Brown fouls it off again to a similar spot. Tell you what, even if you're just making your way over to LRA Field, you have to keep an eye out for flying softballs. Eden Brown behind in the count 0-2. The pitch swung on, crushed into center field. Bass Knight on the run, can't make the catch. Brown will get to second, the run scoring from third. 10 runs across this inning for UNCP. It's 14-0. Bailey Hoke, one of the players who will not be subbed out right now, a starter remaining in the game for UNCP. Hoke in the game 0 for 0, walked and was hit by a pitch so far today. Brown is on second, Norton is on third. RBI double from Brown, that last at bat. This one low and away, and the count starts 2-0 to Bailey Hoke. Haley Sorrento starting to struggle with command a little bit in the circle. The 2-0 in the dirt for ball 3. In danger of walking the bases loaded. Tony Nelson's spot on deck, and it looks like Tony Nelson standing in the on-deck circle. 3-0 offering to Hoke. Runs inside, almost hits her. And it's a 4-pitch walk. Bases full of Braves now with 2 outs in the bottom of the second inning. Tony Nelson with 2 outs. She's also the catcher, so has to be ready to come out and have the gear on. She had the leg guards on, shed those really quick. The thing is about catching equipment, it's much easier to take off than to put on. And UNCP will end this inning by intentionally committing a base running mistake, leading off too early, and that will end the second inning. Braves plate 10 runs on 8 hits, 1 error by Elizabeth City State. The Braves leave the bases loaded. We'll go to the top of the third. It's 14-0 UNCP. Back here at LRA Field, where the Braves comfortably ahead 14-0 as we begin the third inning. I'd like to give a shout out to UNCP Track and Field competing in Chapel Hill here this weekend. Records dropping left and right, almost too many to count. It's been a great weekend for the Braves indoor track and field team as they get ready for the outdoor season right around the corner. Once the calendar turns over to March, it'll be outdoor the rest of the way. Also, it's been a busy weekend here at the softball stadium on UNCP's campus. Athletics communication contact Alex Cooper and PA announcer / director of fan engagement Jack Bullslave doing a great job holding things down here all weekend. Changes for UNCP, not in the circle. Mallory Leviner remains the pitcher. This ball hit hard back up the middle. Megan Hines with a strong cut. She's on base with a leadoff single. Braves made some changes defensively. Armfield went to left, Hoke to center, Brown at first, Norton at second, and Weatherington at short. So we reset the Braves' defensive alignment now. Armfield in left, Hoke in center, Thomas in right, Johnson at third, Weatherington at short, Norton at second, Brown at first. Nelson still behind the plate, Leviner still in the circle. Swung on and missed here by Jaleesa Cunningham. No outs, runner on first for Elizabeth City State. Top of the third inning. The 14-0 margin on the scoreboard. The delivery from Leviner, fouled off into the screen, 0-2. Been a long day here at the Old Diamond as Leviner gets a third pitch, strike three swinging. Cunningham down on 3 pitches. Remember, this doubleheader was supposed to start at noon. Our umpiring crew wasn't on the same page as the teams in terms of getting to the stadium at the same time to start the game. I had to wait till 1 o'clock to start today's action. I'll throw off Elizabeth City State travel schedule just a little bit. This ball popped up. It stays in the infield off the bat of Rogers. Fielded at first in the air for the second out. Good hands by Brown. And there's quickly 2 away. Back to the top of the order now. Kaylee Sorrento to the plate. After Cunningham and Rogers come up empty. Quickly 2 away. Megan Hines started this inning off by getting her first hit of the year. Second hit of the ball game for ECSU. No runs, 2 hits, 2 errors by Elizabeth City State for the Braves. 14 runs on 11 hits. This ball grounded to third. Good hands. The throw to first in time. Johnson over to Brown, and the Vikings are retired in the 3rd inning. Through 2.5 at LRA Field, 14-0 Braves. Braves fans, Adidas is the official apparel sponsor for all 16 of UNC Pembroke's varsity athletic teams. Adidas provides some of the most innovative products in the shoe and apparel industry and is one of the most recognizable brands worldwide. UNCP thanks Adidas for all their support and offering the best for Braves athletes. Looks like the Vikings making a change. Alyssa Griffin coming over from shortstop to pitch. And Kaylee Sorrento, the pitcher from before, will just switch places and move to the shortstop spot. A little bit more about Alyssa Griffin in the circle. She's thrown 2 innings, given up 8 hits, 12 runs, 5 of which were earned. Vikings really struggled with errors in yesterday's action. This will be the first time Griffin throws here this afternoon against the Braves. It's a loss in one of those games. Walked 6, struck out just 1. First pitch, strike to Tony Nelson as the Braves get things started in the bottom of the 3rd. With Malik Worrells, I'm Cameron Songer. Thanks for joining us for UNCP softball this afternoon from LRA Field in Pembroke, North Carolina. Nelson takes there. Count even at 1-1. Nelson with a sac fly and an RBI her first time up and walked and came around to score in the 2nd inning. Getting the chance to start things for the Braves in the 3rd. She's the number 8 hitter. Nelson chops this one towards 3rd. That one had eyes as it rolls all the way into left field for a leadoff single, Tony Nelson. Nelson adds to her .346 batting average this year. Now batting for the Braves, number 24, Maddie Armfield. Armfield's first at-bat in this game after coming in as a defensive replacement for Lexi Cox. Armfield 0 for 4 at the dish so far this year. Looks at a first pitch outside. The freshman listed as a pitcher, getting some chances to play in the field a little bit and swing the bat. Armfield does have a run batted in, despite going 0 for 4. She grounds this ball down the 3rd base line, but foul. Very close. Good contact there from Armfield, just a little bit out in front. Count goes to 1-1. Jamie Johnson waiting on deck for the Braves. As the UNCP leadoff hitter will get her 4th at bat, potentially with no outs in the 3rd inning. Armfield grounds this one to short. Misplayed by Sorrento. Everybody's safe. And they'll score that an infield base knock. Would have been a very tough backhanded stab and then a throw in the infield. She wasn't able to field it cleanly. So Jamie Johnson to the plate, 1 for 3 so far in this one, as Maddie Armfield just collected her first collegiate hit. First and second now for the Braves. Johnson taking all the way there for called strike 1. Johnson made a pair of outs in the first inning, had an RBI single last inning. Came around to score one of the Braves' 14 runs so far in this one. The 0-1, low and inside. Braves won the first game of today's doubleheader 24-0. I'd imagine that Coach Brittany Bennett and company don't really want to see such a lopsided score, but Johnson with a good contact rolls it into left field. That's hit number 14 today for the Braves. It loads the bases. Certainly don't want to be accused of running up the score, but the Braves are just out there taking advantage of pitches that they can hit.
It's really not the Braves' fault if they're like really actually taking advantage of these hits, of these pitches that are just in their favor.
Shelby Thomas now the batter for UNCP, her first at bat of the afternoon. Came as a defensive replacement for Haley Epperson. Takes the first pitch for ball 1. Alyssa Griffin working in the circle. Started at the beginning of this inning and is now dealing with the bases loaded and no outs. Thomas, 2 for 4 at the plate this season. And perfect with runners on base, runners in scoring position, and with the bases loaded. She's ahead in the count, 2-0 to start. It's Johnson on first, Armfield on second, Nelson on third for the Braves. Bottom of the third inning, 14-0 the score. The pitch to Thomas. Line towards first. It gets through into the corner. And the Braves will score 2 runs here. An RBI double for Shelby Thomas. Drives in a pair of runs, makes it 16-0 UNCP. First double of the season for Shelby Thomas, the freshman with much that her first extra base hit of her career. Abby Walters will step in and hit. Walters 1 for 2 in this one, has scored 3 times. The one time she didn't get an official base hit was when she reached on a drop fly ball, also walked her first time up. Runners on second and third for Walters, takes for ball 1. This inning already 2 runs on 4 hits for the Braves, no outs, and runners on second and third. The 1-0. Walters lines it down the third base line. It rolls all the way into left field and to the wall. That will score just 1. Walters trots on over to second. Holding up at third is Thomas. It's 17-0 UNCP. And Thomas could have scored without much of a problem there, but being held up over there at third by Coach Brittany Bennett as the Braves just trying to limit the damage here and give everybody a chance to swing the bat a little bit. Randy Weatherington to the plate. 0 for 1 after popping out last time up. And the Braves will intentionally commit an out there by leaving early from third base. Erase that runner from third. It's just Walters on second now. Braves done that a bunch here today when the Vikings just can't seem to get outs. First pitch misses. Excuse me, that pitch misses to Weatherington. Or it's in there for called strike. 0-1. Weatherington taking again there. They get 1 ball and a strike. Randy Weatherington, the freshman from Vanceboro, North Carolina, coming in that pinch hitting role here today. Takes again 2 balls and a strike, 1 away in the Braves' half of the third. Already 17 runs across for the black and gold. Looking for win number 9 on the season. And Elizabeth City right now at 0-3. Weatherington grounds it into left field. Hold up Walters at third. It's a single for Rendy Weatherington. Her 4th hit of the year, and the 17th hit today for UNC Pembroke. Second baseman Caitlin Norton steps up for the Braves now. About an hour into this game, just one away in the bottom of the 3rd. And Norton connects well with this ball, drops it into center field. That's an RBI single for Caitlin Norton. 18-0 now the score. Eden Brown steps up for UNCP. The barrage continues for the black and gold. They just continue to hit the cover off that softball.
Just a real positive afternoon for the Braves.
Braves again give up the out as Norton took off early from first base. 2 away now in the inning. Runner on second with Brown at the plate. Braves just trying to keep this game moving forward. Taking a strike there. Cleaner defense in this game for ECSU. Just 2 errors to this point. This one gets past the catcher. UNCP will not try to take the base that they could easily have. One and one the count from Alyssa Griffin to Eden Brown. Brown had an RBI double her first at bat. That was last inning. 1-1 pitch, low and inside. Another nice block behind the plate. Really a lot of work being done by Casey Cartwright. Her pitchers have been just a little bit off sometimes. She is doing her best to minimize the damage from those mistakes. Two-one pitch. Brown rips it down the third base line. A foul ball. Very close there to being an extra base hit for Eden Brown. Vikings have recorded 8 outs. The Braves have 18 hits. 2-2. Swung on, lifted to right field on a line. That ball caught by Cunningham, and the inning is over. Braves add 4 more to the lead on 7 hits. Strand a runner. We'll go to the 4th inning. 18-0 is your score. Braves fans, ever wondered why our sponsor, Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC, has such a long name? One reason is the tremendous variety of cars and trucks they offer to meet every need. Great-looking Chevrolets, Buicks, Cadillacs, and even GMC SUVs and trucks. They have everything from budget vehicles to top-of-the-line Cadillacs, so why would you shop anywhere else? Try their quick lube, and while your vehicle is being serviced, you can see for yourself. That's Lumberton Chevrolet Buick Cadillac GMC, located next to Lumberton High School. Defensive change for UNCP. Mason takes over in center field for UNCP. Still in the circle for the Braves, Mallory Leviner. Casey Cartwright, the catcher, to try to get things started for the Vikings here in the top of the 4th. 2, 3, and 4 drew up this inning for ECSU. Cartwright 0 for 1 with a strikeout so far in this contest. Cartwright is a senior from Hertford, North Carolina. One runs inside on her, takes for ball 2. This is the first batter Leviner has faced in which she hasn't thrown a first pitch strike. Been doing a great job working from ahead in counts here today. Leviner lofts this one in there for a called strike. Top of the 4th inning here, game 2 of today's doubleheader between the Braves and ECSU Vikings. This ball hit in the air to left field, but hooking foul off the bat of Casey Cartwright. Ball grounded foul down the third base line. Good Johnson getting after it. Might have even had a chance to throw out if that had been a fair ball. This game has been very one-sided. Jamie Johnson still playing defense like the score was 0-0.
That's that kind of passion you have to have whenever you come into games like this.
That ball grounded back to Johnson. This time it is a fair ball, much more routine, and there's one away. One out, top of the 4th inning for Elizabeth City State. Mallory Leviner for UNCP, handling her business in the circle in this contest. Up and lower that ERA a little bit. Melissa Griffin now, the pitcher, comes up to bat. Started this game at short, moved into the circle in relief of starting pitcher Kaylee Sorrento, who moved to shortstop in part of that switch. Elizabeth City State listing 10 players as available. They've only used 9 today. This ball fouled off into the parking lot. 0-2 the count. Melissa Griffin 1 for 7 on the season, 0 for 1 in this contest. Grounded out her first time up back in the 1st inning. Leviner winds and throws the 0-2 pitch just a bit outside. One, two. Lifted into right field. That rolls as a fair ball. And it's a 1-out single for Alyssa Griffin. Just dropped it right to the edge of the infield. There's something the Braves could do to get to that. Kelsey White now comes up to bat. He had one of the Vikings' first 2 hits. A single in the 2nd inning. Liner's pitch swung on and missed. Snap throw down to first, not in time. Griffin dives back in safely. No balls, 1 strike, 1 out. A runner on first for Elizabeth City State here in the top of the 4th inning. Trying to get on the board, come away with something to build on in this doubleheader. White into shallow center on the dive. Nothing for Mason. And trotting on to second base is Griffin. Back-to-back singles for Elizabeth City State. Runners on first and second now. And on comes Bass Knight.
Now batting, center fielder, number 10, Lashika Bass Knight.
Lashika Bass Knight, 0 for 1 in this contest. Grounded into a double play her first time up. Still looking for that first hit of the season. Bass Knight swings, fouls this one off. And it's 0-1. Bass Knight, a junior from Plymouth, North Carolina. Grounds this one foul once again. So just getting a piece of some of these. She's behind the count 0-2. Leviner with the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, fouled straight back. First and second base runners for Elizabeth City State. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike three, and there's two away. On to Ashante Spruill, first baseman in this one for Elizabeth City State.
First baseman number 9, Ashante Spruill.
Spruill struck out in the second inning. 1 for 7 this season. Just gets a piece of this foul. For the Vikings, White on first, Griffin on second. Spruill in the batter's box, and for the Braves, Mallory Leviner dealing in the circle. The 0-1 pitch, just a bit outside. Snap throw down to first. Ooh, almost leaning the wrong way was White. But she's back in safely. Couple one-out singles for the Vikings in this inning, threatening to put that first run on the board of today's doubleheader for them. The 1-1 swung on, grounded towards short, knocked down, and the Vikings will load the bases. Ashante Spruill with an infield single.
Now batting, left fielder, number 14, Megan Hines.
Megan Hines already 1 for 1 today with a single. Has a chance here to put the Vikings on the board, something to build on. They scored a combined 1 run in the pair of run rule losses to Young Harris yesterday. Got shut out in the first game against UNCP this afternoon, 24-0. Young Harris, a Peach Belt Conference foe. The Braves will play them later this year, putting up more than 40 runs in the 2 games to just 1 for ECSU. Hines chasing a high pitch there, and she's behind 0-2. Leviner trying to pitch out of a bases-loaded jam. 0-2, 2 outs. The pitch, just a bit outside. Snap throw to third, back safely. Spruill on first, White on second, Griffin on third for Elizabeth City State. Top of the 4th inning, Vikings threatening. Leviner's pitch. A little high, and the swing was checked by Hines. She didn't go around. Wind blowing straight out to center field. The 2-2 hit in the air, in the infield. It's a problem, takes a weird roll. The throw to first in time, and the Braves escape without any damage. Vikings leave the bases loaded. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th inning. It's 18-0 UNC Pembroke. Braves fans, UNCP Athletics has partnered with Advanced Online to launch the official UNCP Braves Athletics online store at shopuncpbraves.com. The store features more than 1,100 products, including t-shirts to pet supplies and everything in between. It also has jewelry, golf gear, drinkware, and apparel from different brands, including Adidas, the official apparel provider for UNCP Athletics. That's shopuncpbraves.com. Ashley Mason leads off the Braves half of the fourth inning. Takes up high, ball one called. Melissa Griffin in her second inning of work. In that first frame that she worked, she allowed 4 runs, all of them earned on 7 hits. Gave up a couple doubles, faced 8 batters through 24 pitches. Second pitch low on Mason. This is her first at bat of the game, hitting in the 7 spot. Coming in as the pinch hitter, replacing Bailey Hoke. Wind up the 2-0. Mason takes just a tad bit low, 3-0. Taken all the way, called a strike. Right over the heart of the plate there. Mason, a roller to short, scooped up by Sorrento. The throw to first offline. Mason safe over there at first base. Score that one a hit for Ashley Mason. 9th hit of the season. As Tony Nelson comes up for another at-bat. Her 4th plate appearance. She's officially just 1 for 1 in this contest with a single. Scored a couple runs, had a sac fly for a run batted in, also walked. Pitch up high. Mason leading off first base a little bit after the pitch. Not doing it illegally. Remember, in softball, if you leave too early, it's an automatic out. Not allowed to go till the pitcher throws the ball. Tony Nelson hitting .370 on the season. With the runner on first base, here's the pitch. This one dropped behind the plate by Cartwright. She'll gather it and throw it back. Braves with 18 runs on 19 hits, no errors in this game. For the Vikings, no runs on 5 hits, but 2 errors. Cleaner defense here in the second game. Vikings had 7 errors in game number 1 today. That's a 4-pitch walk to Tony Nelson. Runners on first and second to start the 4th inning for UNCP. This will be the last at bat of the game for UNCP. See how many they try to add to the score. The mercy rule will be in effect. Braves with a lead of 8 or more runs after the visiting team has batted at least 5 times. Armfield grounds this one foul down the third base line. Armfield picked up her first hit of the season last inning. A single, and she later came around to score. A 1 pitch on the way. And the runner went early over there on first base. And Nelson gives up the out. There's 1 away now in the Braves half of the 4th. This one lined into left field. A fair ball. Another hit for Maddie Armfield. 2 for 2 now in the game.
Just barely inched over the right side of the baseline.
Well hit by Armfield. Advancing to third is Mason. Runners at the corners now for UNCP. to the top of the order, Jamie Johnson, who's 2 for 4 in this one. This will be her 5th at-bat in the game. Braves with no outs in the bottom of the 4th. First pitch, high and away, ball 1 to Johnson. That was pitch 36 for relief pitcher Alyssa Griffin. (1-0), high and away. Braves, given the lead, probably will not try to work any first and third kind of play. Although it's certainly in their arsenal. 2-0. Johnson lined foul down the third base line. That very nearly took out Mason over there on third base. Need to be aware as base runner, even over on third base. A lot of times you think, oh, third base, as a base runner, you can sort of not quite doze off, not quite take your head out of the game a little bit, but especially without the force play on, you just kind of, you'll run when the coach will tell you to run. Otherwise, you're just kind of chilling over there. This ball popped up by Johnson into center field, lost in the sun. It falls, and they will send Mason back over to third base. She started to take off, and Coach Brittany Bennett saying, no, don't. So the base is loaded for UNCP. Johnson getting robbed of an RBI there. She'll have plenty more chances for runs batted in this year as the Braves starting third baseman and leadoff hitter. And Shelby Thomas will come up and bat with the bases juiced.
Shelby Thomas.
21st hit in the game for UNCP. They've scored 18 runs. Thomas fouls this one off to the right side, out of play. That one hit somebody's car with a little bit of force, off a couple bounces, but there are signs over there that says park at your own risk.
Gotta beware.
Bases loaded for Shelby Thomas, 1 for 1 in this game with a 2-run double. This one in the dirt. Griffin has the count at 1-1. Melissa Griffin started this game as the shortstop. Freshman also showing she can get some work done in the circle. 1-1 pitch on the way to Thomas is chopped foul down the third base line and out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Shelby Thomas. It's Johnson on first, Armfield on second, Mason on third for UNCP. Abby Walters waiting on deck for the Braves. The 1-2 pitch, low and inside. Thomas stays alive. 3 for 5 at the plate this season. One of the reserves for UNCP, showing that she can swing the bat. Perhaps making a bid for some more playing time later on down the line. It's such a deep Braves team this year. There's so many good players. 2-2. Gets past the catcher, rolls right back to her. Braves stay put. Full count, bases full. 1 away in the bottom of the 4th inning. Braves riding an 18-0 lead. The 3-2 pitch, swung on, hit hard, right back up the box. And all the way to center field. Everybody moves up 1 base. It's an RBI single for Thomas. It's 19-0 Braves. Abby Walters at the plate now for Black and Gold. She's 2 for 3 in this contest. The one time she didn't get a hit in her at that, it was when she reached on a dropped fly. She also walked 1. She scored 4 runs, driven in 1 in this game. Fouls this off to the left side. Walters is flexed to the designated player spot now. Started the game in center field. Has gotten to rest when the Braves have been on defense, but the Braves have not been on defense very much. They've been spending the real lion's share of the time at the plate.
They've been swinging mighty well.
0-1. Lead runner went early there. The Braves give up an out. Armfield will head over to the dugout. There's now 2 away. No balls, 1 strike, and Walter's ability to pick up another RBI just got a little more difficult. This ball dropped. Ball 2. Two and 1 to Walters. 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th inning. Braves with just 1 across this inning after a 10-run second. Walters grounds this ball foul. 2 and 2 with 2 outs. As it stands, the Vikings would need to put up 12 runs in the top of the 5th inning to continue this game. Not something I see happening, but you never know.
Not saying that it's impossible, but it's unlikely.
Highly improbable based on what we've seen. Walters again out in front, fouls it off. Braves won the first game today 24-0. Out in front in this game 19-0. Two-two pitch on the way. Walters hits it into left field. Just a single. Nobody will score. And the bases remain loaded once again for UNCP. Randy Weatherington to the plate for the Braves. That was hit number 23 in this game.
Now batting shortstop number 15, Randy Weatherington.
Weatherington grounds it towards third, scooped up by White. She will tag the base runner, and that's the inning. Braves will go to the top of the 5th, protecting a 19-0 lead. Here we go, top of the 5th inning. UNCP holding a 19-0 lead over Elizabeth City State. Braves will have a week to prepare for the Mid-South Classic in Duncan, South Carolina, where they'll play 4 games on the 25th and 26th. Back on the road on March 1st in St. Andrews, before returning home March 4th to take on USC Aiken in the PBC opener. Jaleesa Cunningham leads things off for the Vikings, swings at the first pitch, fouls it off to the right side. Braves fans, remember to tune in on Wednesday night. UNCP basketball will host senior night against Francis Marion. Tip-off for the women's game at 5:30, tip-off for the men's game at 7:30. Tickets still available. For more information, visit uncpbraves.com or just come on by on Wednesday night. And it's going to be 2 very good games, bitter rivals, UNCP and Francis Marion. The Patriots, the closest opponent in the PBC for the Braves. 0-2 pitch, swung on and missed. And another strikeout for Mallory Leviner, her 5th of the ball game. We'll talk about that Peach Bells Conference a little bit. Very geographically diverse. UNCP the only team in North Carolina in the conference. The basketball team's coming off a doubleheader split yesterday. The women lost, the men winning at Flagler down in St. Augustine, Florida. About a 6-hour drive each way. This ball grounded back to first. Leviner with the backhand, the toss to first in time. And there's 2 away in the Vikings half of the 5th inning. This could be it. Vikings need to hang 12 runs up before making another out. And this ball game will end on the mercy rule. Could be a couple quick games here today. This game started at 2:57. Sorrento takes for a called strike. Sorrento 0 for 2 in this contest. Leviner looking to go with a 5-game complete game and get the shutout. 1-1 the count. Braves with 19 runs on 23 hits, no errors. For the Vikings, no runs on 5 hits and 2 errors. Braves also won the first game of today's doubleheader, 24-0. Sorrento out in front of the off-speed stuff, fouls it off, and the count 1-2. Leviner sets and throws. The 1-2 pitch swung on, fouled off, and we'll do it again. One-two pitch from Leviner. That will do it. Strike 3 swinging. And that's the ball game. The Braves win game number 2, 19-0, and finish off the doubleheader sweep of Elizabeth City State. Braves with the win, improve to 9-4. Vikings drop to 0-4. And that will do it for us here in Pembroke for today's non-conference doubleheader on LRA Field. For my broadcast partner Malik Worrells and our entire crew, I'm Cameron Songer saying thanks for joining us and have a great night.